us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout, experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership raised by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for Help, health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
puso ko, gayon mo. Oh, at maray na kaya ako kitang dalawa namuya kung magkasabatan, magkakumustahan sa di taman tinuyo na mabuksan sa puntang mamundo, nagtangis pa ating puso, biglay kang nauda, nalingawan ako na payaba. Maybe this time dainawan may lingawan, ang ngaran kong pasilman tandaan. Iginurit ko pa dyan sa daghan mo. Maybe this time ako pa man. Ikaw pa man muwan, pag gusto ko dawa binayaan mo kadto, pinagbago pagkamuot ko kanimo. Pero kinmautrong bayaan mo, syempre hindi na makakaya pa, kinminsan pang mauda ikaw. Iginurit ko pa dyan sa daghan mo. Maybe this time ako pa man. Ikaw pa man ngawan ang gusto ko, tama nagbago sa di puso ko. Ikaw man yaday, iginurit ko pa dyan sa daghan mo. Maybe this time, maybe this time, maybe this time, love mo pa man. sa diri na. Kan puso kong dati sigmo nakatagama. Sinabi mo man lang ko na sa kuyaan tunay na namamatayan mo. Dai ko naman ko ta itinao sa iba. Itong pagkamuot sa kuya na kuta na sayang talaga. Kano man daw kaya ta itinago mo pa itong pagkamuot sa kuya na kuta na. Paano na inigon yan kamay sa diri na. Kan puso kong dati mo nakatagama. Sinabi mo man lang ko na dapat sinabi mo. Kuyaan tunay na namamatayan mo. Tunay na tunay. Dai ko naman ko ta itinao pa sa iba. Sayang o sayang pagkamuot sa imo lang kuta na. Maniwala ka. O maniwala ka. Ta ang guton ka sa ko. Taano ta ako dai mo na piktitino. Kulang pa daw ang pagkamuot na tinaosi mo. Kung aram mo lang nakukulgan ako. Inuutob ko man ang mga ipinangako ko. Dawa sakit ako, hindi tinitios ko. Mapaugma ka lang, ang gabos ginigiribo ko. Pero taano ta dai mo ini namamangno. Ako na nga ni ang naglalaba. Ako pa man permi ang namamlansya. Nagsasaod ako sa People's Mall baga. Upigil luluto ka pa. Naarmidol ko ang simong palda. Nukula ko pa ang panty mo asin bra. Nasasakitan na ako. Kalalawin ko na daas si palito dahil sa imo. isip ko nang napasala ako. Talo daw tad namuot ako sa imo. Nasula ako sa palawas na kagayunan mo. Ang kagayunan mo palan balat kayo. Magsilyak magpatik kung magsugop ka. Kaduan payo kung mayong kwarta. Napasubok ako sa barkada. Minsan linuluktok mo pa. Pag malipot ng banggi na kamurustot ka. Pag bitiblita ka, dinadapo mo pa. Ano na lang ang gigibuhon ko? Paano ko daw ini masasabing para ka sa ko? Napipirot ako sa kakitimpla. Nilatas kan akit ang iba ang pandok niya. Kagaribay ako kan diapers niya. Mantang nag-ukragong ka. Pag may pamahawan, pag matata, dinadaklag ako permi min orinola. Garod na iko naman inikaya. Minsan naisip ko nang tikabon ka na. Kaya lang loves ka ka. Talagang loves ka ka. Pero aram mo daw na namumuro ka na.
Hala, malaban ka na?
Tano sinabi ko man, pasali man ka ni.
Oops! Tracy, mapadya ka tabi tiyo.
Ino, kubo taas.
Pag wala magambati ito ka doon duman. Sige na lugod tiyo, mana?
Mga parpadyak, mga mahiguson, maski mapagalon, maski matanglayon. Naising na nagsusuruko, maski hingal-hingal na. Ako palang si Imiski, ini naman si Boryak. Tinan nyo gunang kantame. What?
Ang buhay kang para padyak, dai pwedeng maghinuga. Tanganing permi, igwa kipira, padyak sanang padyak. Ang buhay kang para padyak, dai pwedeng maghinuga. Tanganing pamilya, dai magkatirigba, padyak sanang padyak.
Ubo San Ramon, Kabangan, Panal, mapagalon, magtukad, tunay ang alhal. Pero ayos lang basta ba kung kuripot ang pasahero mo asin mabuon. Pero luway-luway lang sa pagpidal, nganing da itulos kita mapagal. Magkayod tulos ki amay, nganing may pagpamahaw maski pang tinapay.
Ang buhay kang para padyak, dai pwedeng maghinuga. Ang aning permi, igwa kipira, padyak sanang padyak. Ang buhay kang para padyak, dai pwedeng maghinuga. Tanganing pamilya, dai magkatirigba, padyak sanang padyak.
Yan na panahon dapat kita maghinigos. Ano kung padyak at least nakakaraos. Isa naman kung saro kang tambay. Utoy na nga ni maluya pa ang buhay. Mga pasahero sa tuyang iyahatod, maski na nga ni matang layon ang sa tong likod. Ini si Imiski, ako naman si Boryak, na imiti kasuko gamami para padyak.
Ang buhay kang para padyak, dai pwedeng maghinuga. Ang aning permi, igwa kipira, padyak sanang padyak. Ang buhay kang para padyak, dai pwedeng maghinuga. Tanganing pamilya, dai magkatirigba, padyak sanang padyak.
Mga para kayo mabataon, maansudon, maitungod.
Sus grabe man sa supon.
Mga para kayo dapat makusog ang mga tugod.
Nganing pamilya ay pasok.
Mga para kayo trabaho taiyang day takasupog.
Umos maray ipaghambog.
Mga para kayo dai para binuri o hinugak.
Nganing permi may pera.
Ang buhay bisa tabako araw ka iyan. pero okay lang basta kita magkarakan. Malas-malas ka na sana pag nautyo, dahil na nakakayo, nabunado pa kaya mo. Basta ang importante iyo ang mahalaga, ang sa kadaal daw kita makadilensya. Pero salamat sa mahal na Diyos, ta sa araw-al daw kita nakakaraos.
Ang buhay kang para padyak, dahil pwedeng maghinugang. Tanganing pirmi, iwak ipirak, padyak sa ng padyak. Ang buhay kang para padyak, dahil pwedeng maghinugang. Tanganing pamilya, dahil magkatirigbak, padyak sa ng padyak. Ang buhay kang para padyak, dahil pwedeng maghinugang. Tanganing pirmi, ikwak ipirak, padyak sa ng padyak. Ang buhay kang para padyak, dahil pwedeng maghinugang. Tanganing pamilya, dahil magkatirigbak, padyak sa ng padyak.
Magayunon sa kabikulan, maugmahon sa kabikulan, madyaka mo sa kabikulan, kainin lumalilinawan. Babaeng taga Bicol, ako Bicolana, marayang ugali, pirmi pang maugma. Marhay magiayo, marhay na amiga, ito ang nagimatan pagka-Bicolana. Ang sakong dagan, dinubuan, makawili-wili, digdi sa sirangan. Ang bulkan mayon, yan ang kabagay. Ang Bicolana, dahil maapi sa kagayunan.
Duman po sa samo, alibyos yung lugar. Maski daing paros, pirmi ang hayahay. Kung sisay sa indo, ang nasasakitan. Lumuman sa samo, tulos maumayan. Kung sisay sa indo, ang iguang panugan. Sa Piña Francia, sa Rome Domingong silebra. Sa salog kang naga-posisyon maugman. Pagbilog ng bulan, bulan na Setyembre. Bulkan Tulusan na nasa probinsyang Sorsogon. Bulkan Isarog naman nasa probinsyang Camarines Sur. Probinsyang Albay, nayaon ang bulkan na mayon. Ang gayon niya, daing karibay, Purgulyonin Bicolon.
Ilong pagkamot, nasiring sa banoy, nadaining paon. Dahil makalawag, dadaing sa kayan, dahil paning baron. Dahil makapundot, dadaing sinipit, dahil paning buntot. Dahil makagaon, dadaing si Sagwan, purutol si Timon. O madahas na turos layak ko ginirisi, pignaraknit mo pa si kalsun na mapula. Sisay pa daw ang maherat, kaining tumahi. Tursido nagumog si dagong nagilpog, si didal na ulbog.
Duman sa samuya, igwang ng harana. Boses magayunon, balang kumakanta. Darong makataramang gitarang minda sa pagtugtog ning pangharana. Bumangon humigda ang naginibok ko. Muya kung tanawon, kung sisay na tawon.
Roll call on the City Councilor. The Asis on leave. Honorable Gregorio R. Abunal present. Honorable Jose Serranyola present. Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro present. Honorable Mila S. de Rakid Arroyo present. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Joselito S. A. del Rosario absent. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Rayan Cedric G. Rintoy absent. Honorable Salvador M. del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. The Chairman, there is a quorum.
There being a quorum, the 52nd regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Palunsod is now formally called to order.
Prayer.
As we deliberate in the session, give us a wisdom and compassion. Give us an understanding heart and of glory and prejudice. Give us a force
Pambansang awit.
Pambansang awit. Handa awit.
Yang magi-pernostan si alam na puso sa litig mo'y buhay. Luang inirang tuyang ka ng magiging sa manlulupi. Di ka pasisil sa dagat at bundok, sa simulan sa langit mong buha. May nilagang tula at tawin sa paglayang minamahal. Ang sarap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagiginig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magbibigay. Lupa ng araw na walang aking pagsinta. Buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na ba may mga api. Ang mamatay ang dahil sa'yo.
Good morning. We wish to acknowledge the presence of the students from the Naga College Foundation, headed by their professor, Mr. Jose Carlo Labapie, and Miss Haliben Arevalo. We also wish to acknowledge the president, of course, of the Naga College Foundation, Mr. Mario Villanueva. And we have also guests from the GA Philcor Multi-Energy Corporation. Its President and Chief Executive Officer is with us, Ms. Veronica Abordo. The Executive Vice President for Administration, Mr. Jonathan Galang. The Vice President for Business Development, Engineer Jose Alibanto Jr. And its legal counsel, who is at the same time the corporate secretary, Attorney Rovenel Obligar. And of course, the manager of Radyo natin, Miss Grace Rifama Simando. Okay. Engineer Robencia is also around. Next item.
Privilege time.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
This will be brief, Mr. Chairman. But first, may we know whether we are covered by what channel is this now? Is that an official record? May we know what channel that is?
You are from? What? Okay. So you are from GA Philcor Multi-Energy Corporation.
Is that official and is that permitted, Mr. Chairman?
Should we allow the coverage by GA Philcor Multi-Energy Corporation? Councilor Elmer Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we could allow them only on their presentation.
Okay. So we will allow you to cover the session, but only that portion which where we will allow the presentation for item 1 and 2 other special business or order. Okay. Please proceed, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I take pride in formally announcing achievements of Naga City residents. we would like to congratulate Hans Mackenzie D. Uy, grade 2 pupil of St. Joseph's School, for winning a silver award in the 2017 World Mathematics Invitational Finals held in Vietnam from July 14 to 18 this year, but earlier also a bronze medal in the Singapore and Asian Cities Mathematics Olympiad from April 8 to 11. Second, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to commend as well Dominic O. Villegas, grade 8, student of St. Joseph's School, for winning silver award in the 2017 Singapore International Mathematics Olympiad Challenge from July 14 to 17 this year. But earlier he also won silver award at the 2017 International Mathematics Wizard Challenge from May 19 to 24 in China, and still another silver award at the Singapore and Asian Cities Mathematics Olympiad from April 8 to 11 this year. And third, we'd like to congratulate Miss Elsie Maria Romano, the Supervising Administrative Officer of the Early Childhood Care and Development Division of the City Social Welfare and Development Office, for being the 2017 Bravo Awardee in the field of education as Outstanding Educator, given by the Sonta International Club of Makati and Security Bank. I am submitting these for resolutions, Mr. Chairman, congratulating and commending them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. The Honorable Jose Ranyola for his privileged speech. We wish to acknowledge also the Honorable Rayan Cedric Rintoy. The Secretary will please take note, as well as the Honorable Joselito Del Rosario. Please proceed, Councilor Ranyola.
The Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, my esteemed colleagues in this honorable body, guests, members of the media, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I rise before you today to share with you an act of service that, although it may not be extraordinary, such simple gesture, I believe, will leave an impact in our lives, especially those of our constituents. My friends and colleagues, I'm referring to the surprise inspection conducted by our City Hall employees last July 19 on 3 leading big malls in our city, following complaints due to alleged improper handling and mishandling of chilled, frozen, and thawed meat. The confiscation of the meat products was conducted by the team from Naga City Veterinary Office, headed by Veterinary Dr. Junius Elad, whose leadership and commitment to public service I would like to commend. And along with the Naga City Veterinary Office team, led by Meat Inspector Emily Escueta Solon, and 2 other Naga City Veterinary Office team employees, namely Livestock Inspectors Joshua Rebellion and Tristan Javier. The confiscation came as the result of a thorough inspection of about 226.33 kilograms, 226.33 kilograms of chicken meat, which were found to be unfit for human consumption, in violation of the meat safety standard, provision of Administrative Order Number 06, Series of 2012 of the Department of Agriculture. I also commend the Task Force Committee, the Public Safety Office, represented by Police Officer 2 Robert Gueriba, Public Safety Officer Bernardo Barugo, Ramil Mapalad, Joshua Alano, and Elmer Avellejos, and the National Meat Inspection Service in the Bicol region for assisting our veterinary personnel in their common desire to ensure Nagueños that meat products being sold at the city's meat markets are safe and of good quality. This is not the first time that our veterinary personnel competently and effectively performed their task, as they made sure that our consuming public are protected from undue risk hazard to health, in pursuance of the provision of Local Government Code Republic Act 7160, which require local government units to regulate the preparation and sale of foodstuff such as meat and other livestock for public consumption. It should be recalled that last January 9 this year, our workers at the veterinary office filed a complaint before the city prosecutor office against the operators of Elitsunan, allegedly for violating Ordinance 200-065 and Republic Act 100536, or the Meat Inspection Code of the Philippines. I am not, of course, at liberty to discuss further this matter at this time, since the case is now under litigation at Regional Branch 23 of Regional Trial Court. But this development gives us an idea how serious and sincere our veterinary personnel are insofar as their discharge of their duties and responsibilities as vanguards of meat safety and standards are concerned. Again, kudos to our workers at the City Veterinary Office. Another group of individuals, Mr. Chairman, that impressed me and to whom I also want to extend my personal commendation is the effort of my hard-working colleagues in this august body, namely the Honorable Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo, Julian Labadia, and Cecilia de Asis. They have authored and co-authored the proposed ordinance that seeks to regulate the operation of commercial backyard poultry, piggery, and other livestock farms in our city. Without wasting time, Councilor Miles quickly responded to the request by the Honor City Mayor Jam Bongat to initiate a legislative action against pestering fly infestation that has been plaguing the city's upland barangays for months now. As reported by local newspaper and other radio broadcasts, the mushrooming of poultry farms in the city upland barangays and adjoining towns has become a major cause of housefly overpopulation and infestation. The good city councilors, led by Councilor Miles, thereon drafted with urgency the measure which I believe will be the first right step in helping solve the problem of swarming flies in the said upland barangays. Although the draft ordinance is still to undergo legislative processes, which we intend to be quick, this representation, being the chairman of the local health board, was able to use it in advance as an assurance of our urgent desire to help solve the said problem that possess health, sanitation, and environment hazard to our affected residents. To the authors of the proposed ordinance, kindly accept my apology for my failure to seek your permission first before I presented it during the dialogue with residents. I had the opportunity to meet with the affected resident last Sunday afternoon, July 16 this year, at Carolina Barangay Hall, along with City Mayor Jam Bongat, some official and department heads, to discuss the pestering infestation. The situation forced the residents to take their meals inside mosquito nets, even on daytime, to keep the flies swarming over their food. Even the food displays in eateries, school canteens were not spared from house flies. The students are having hard time also to focus on their studies because of the buzzing houseflies. The dialogue between the residents and City Hall personnel had elicited positive result as we were able to inform our people of the city government action on the matter. No less than the Honorable Mayor himself, Mayor G. Bongat, assured the affected residents that the problem will be countered with deliberate action, now clearly recommended in the draft ordinance of Councilor Rakid Arroyo along with Councilors Labadia and De Asis. It is stated in the explanatory note of the proposed ordinance that the measures shall be enacted to protect public health and welfare and promote safety and integrity of the environment through the provision of guidelines in operation of commercial and backyard poultry, piggery, and other livestock farms, in the process facilitate the orderly growth of the agriculture industry. As I'm about to end this privileged speech, I would like to say that I'm extremely confident that the program at hand will soon be the thing of the past, while initial efforts have already been done to face the problem squarely, with our respective executive offices doing their part already, while a legislative ordinance is being prepared for a permanent, stable, and stronger measure to safeguard our people's health and welfare. Again, my apology of using your ordinance even before it was not approved yet. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Councilor Jose Ranyola, for your privileged speech. We wish to acknowledge also the presence of Mr. Alfredo Imperial Perdon, the Managing Director of GNN TV, as well as Mr. Roderick Reforzado of the Bicol Central Station. With the President of the Naga College Foundation is Mr. Florante Villanueva, who is also recognized. We now proceed to the next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following inclusion. Under special business or order, item number 3 is the resolution from Barangay Lerma requesting for financial assistance in their forthcoming Barangay Fiesta. Item number 4 is the matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Abunal. Resolution congratulating and commending Hans Mackenzie Uy, Grade 2 pupil of St. Joseph School, for winning a silver medal in the 2017 World Mathematics Invitational Finals held in Vietnam. Item number 5, the SBO, also the matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Abunal. Resolution congratulating and commending Dominic Villegas, Grade 8 students of St. Joseph School, for winning a silver medal in the 2017 Singapore International Mathematics Olympiad. And another, Mr. Chair, item number 6 of the special business or order, also the matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Abunal. The resolution congratulating and commending Elsie Maria M. Romano, Supervising Administrative Officer of the Early Childhood Care and Development Division of the CSWD, for being the 2017 Bravo Awardee. Under the unfinished business, Mr. Chair, item number 9 is the letter from the City Engineer pertaining to the rental rates of the space at JFR Coliseum used by the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Item number 10 is the letter from the City Planning and Development Coordinator pertaining to the St. James Subdivision. Another, Mr. Chair, item number 10A is the request letter of the homeowners of the St. James Homeowners Association. Item number 10B is the letter from Mr. Jose Roy Orlin informing the resignation of the 5 elected board of directors of the St. James Homeowners Association. Item number 10C, also a letter from Mr. Luis Bisana Jr. pertaining to the St. James Homeowners Association. And item 10D of the unfinished business is the position paper for the complainant Jose Roy Orlin versus the Homeowners Association Board of Directors of the St. James Homeowners Association. Under new business, Mr. Chair, item number 6 is the petition of the concerned individual pertaining to the cutting of trees along Magsaysay Avenue and San Felipe. And lastly, Mr. Chair, item number 7 of the new business is the letter from Miss Lorna Daud requesting for financial assistance with an endorsement from the city mayor. I so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, our order of business is modified, is now approved. Next item.
Order of business, special business or order. The letter dated July 19, 2017, Mr. Eric Mir, President, Miracle Energy Technology Corporation, seeking approval and schedule for presentation of world sustainable energy using high gasification technology system with waste to electricity.
Okay. May we know from the Councilor Salvador del Castillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the whatever presentation, Mr. Chairman, in the past we have provided an opportunity for any applicant for the waste to energy project to present before us. But we have only given a certain period of time on which to present before us their proposal. So, for purposes of uniformity, Mr. Chairman, I move that we just give the two presenters 15 minutes each for the main presentation, and a couple of minutes for the whatever inquiry that any member of the council will be giving before the to ask before the president.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor del Castillo. The Honorable Greg Abonel, the same manifestation. Okay. Actually, we are expecting items 1 and 2 of the SBO is supposed to refer only to one corporation. Am I correct? So there will only be one presentation for items 1 and 2 of the SBO. May we know from our guest who will be doing the presentation? By the way, we suspend our rules of procedure. You can approach the podium.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to the Honorable Presiding Officer, the members of the City Council. Our presentation will be handled by our Business Development Manager and the Corporate Legal Counsel, so that later on, should there be any inquiries, we have our team to reply. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so if you are ready, we are now ready to listen to your presentation. Listen and watch.
Thank you very much, Honorable Presiding Officers and the member of the City Council of Naga. Maray na alda po sa Indugabos. I used to be assigned here in Naga City when I was still in the uniform service, kaya in a way medyo napamahal na rin po sa atin ang Naga. GA Philcor Multi-Energy Corporation is a 100% Filipino-owned company, And we have our existing project in the province of Cavite. We have been granted and awarded by the Department of Energy with the solar energy service contract to build a 50 megawatt solar farm in the municipality of Naik, province of Cavite. Just for the idea of those who are not aware of the electricity or a megawatt, a 10 megawatt solar farm can energize around 20,000 households. So we are building a 50 megawatt solar farm in Cavite, expandable to 200 megawatts. And this will be a hybrid system. We will include our waste to energy project in that area. And our reason that we are here now present in this Honorable Council is for us to brief you on our proposal and our idea of somehow presenting to you the same project concept that we are implementing in Cavite, which is projected to be a solar techno park, a combination of all green, sustainable, clean, and renewable energy. And with the permission of the Honorable Presiding Officer, I would call on first our legal counsel to do the introduction of the company, and the project development officer for the products and services that GA Philcorp can offer to Bicolandia, particularly City of Naga. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to call on Attorney Obligar.
Good morning, the Honorable Nelson Legacion and the distinguished members of the City Council of Naga City. We're so privileged and honored to be here this morning. Well, briefly, GA Philcorp Multi-Energy Corporation is a corporation created by law and duly registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. For its initial operation, it has been granted mayor's permit and all other permits from relevant government offices to operate in the concept of exploration, development, and utilization of renewable energy. Briefly, a renewable energy, that is an energy derived from recycling or reutilization of our natural resources, such as the sunlight, we have the wind, we have the water, we have the oceans, and of course the biomass, which are from the plantations. The renewable energy concept was derived from the constitutional provision as provided in Section 2, Article 12 of the 1987 Constitution, which says that all sources of potential energy in public and private lands within the Philippine territory belong to the state, and their exploration, development, and utilization is mandated by our Constitution.
Attorney Obligar, you can go direct to your presentation.
Yes. Your Honor, please. And this is just briefly, Your Honor, to give you the legal basis of the renewable energy. And of course, it is by virtue of Republic Act number 9513, otherwise as the Renewable Energy Act of 2008. Now, because of this, GAPMEC was given the solar energy service contract by the Department of Energy. Among the basic benefits, of course, that they may be derived from this is the benefit, if allowed by the local government for an exploration and development, the local government or the government for that matter will be benefited because it is entitled under the service contract and it's mandated by law to 1% of the gross income of sales of electricity.
Yes, Councilor Rayan Rintoy.
Before we continue and to just put things into proper perspective, may we know the personality of the person before us, if he has the authority from the company to represent before this chamber.
I'm the corporate secretary, Your Honor, and
do you have the resolution of the board allowing you to represent your company before this August chamber?
The president is with us, Your Honor, please. Ms. Veronica Bordo.
Yes, but what we are needing is the board resolution.
If Your Honor, please, with all due respect to you, while we understand your concern, but this is not for any legal purpose, but only for the purpose of giving you a brief of what the company is all about, but not to bind or to have any binding effect on the city. For purposes of information only, Your Honors, please. But if necessary and when required, we can always provide that. May I continue, Your Honor? Just there is none at this moment. There is none, Your Honor, please.
Councilor Del Castillo.
With the manifestation, Mr. Chairman, of Honorable Rintoy, I move that we go direct to the presentation.
Okay.
And
Please,
lastly, Your Honor, please.
You can dispense with the preliminaries. Please proceed to the main point, the technology. Of course, there was already a statement as to your current undertaking in Cavite.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And lastly, Your Honor, please. What we need to emphasize in here is that if and when a renewable energy project is developed within your locality, it will benefit the locals because it has to be given preference, Your Honor, in terms of employment, in terms of the business opportunities. And that is precisely the thing that I just would like to emphasize. Now, I can turn over, Your Honors, please, the microphone to our Business Development Officer to discuss technicality, the technical aspect of the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Attorney Obligar.
Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, City Councilors, the students, and all of us here, good morning. Marayna adlaw. Although I grew up and raised in Manila, my roots actually is from Donsol, Sorsogon, so I'm also a Bicolano. Just to go to the point, no. Our company is focused on renewable technologies. So anything that involves solar, wind, biomass, waste to energy, which will definitely help the city address its garbage. So we can actually utilize those technology to promote renewable energy here in Bicol, particularly in Naga. As of today, we've actually purchased 92 hectares of land here to study and develop possible location of solar. I heard that there's a representative from schools. We can actually study technically a possible rooftop solar technology at your school. You can actually utilize the power on your own. We can explore partnerships with the local utility. In fact, I'm actually a former Meralco Vice President, so I'm very much familiar with how the local government and the local utility help each other to achieve these initiatives. So, to summarize, we are here to offer our expertise on renewable energy. Again, right now we're doing solar, but we're very much familiar with biomass, waste to energy, wind. In fact, I was part of a team that energized a 50 megawatt in Pililla, Rizal. So if there's a possible location here on wind technology, which requires a minimum of 6 kilometers per hour air velocity, we can actually explore that. So with that, I thank you all for the time for listening. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Alibanto Jr. Are SGA Philcor through with its presentation? Okay. Is there any question from the members of this body? Yes, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman,
Isang bagay lang siguro gusto ko malaman at ipaalam sa kanila. Unang-una, ang Naga City meron more or less 90 tons na basura araw-araw. So, ang GA Philcor, kung titingnan niya yung 90 tons or 90,000 kilos every day, paano niya gagawing renewable energy or energy siya? May I have the answer, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you for that question. We've actually have a technology partner that have that expertise of segregating those garbage. Anything not considered as inert can actually burn and then convert into a useful energy. So there's already an existing project in San Pedro, Laguna, and Tagum City. So we can actually discuss those details on a separate session. But definitely it's a waste to energy project.
Okay. Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. And then after you, Councilor Salvador Del Castillo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually quite confused because there's nothing of the project actually presented. So maybe no one, if the company now before us this morning is intending to install this particular or implement this particular project in Naga City. Is that the purpose of your coming before us this morning?
If I may be allowed, Honorable.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, our intention is to initially introduce to you our company, and later on we will go into that aspect of exploring the possibility of a tie-up with any private or government, local government units that can be associated with our RE projects.
Okay, so right now there's really actually nothing that you are presenting except you are introducing yourself to the city and what you do, and in the hope that maybe afterwards something might come up in terms of partnership between your company and the city towards implementation of any of your efforts here in Naga City.
That is correct, Your Honor. That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, the same information, Mr. Chairman, with that of the Honorable Arroyo.
Okay. So with that, I think we are through insofar as GA Philcor Multi-Energy Corporation is concerned. For the information of GA, previously this body had given an instruction to the members of the technical working group for it to come up with certain policy guidelines in the matter of the waste to energy concern or any project that may be undertaken by the city related to this. Should the guidelines be approved by the city and any further activities that may be taken on this, we will let you know. Okay. Yes, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Can I take this opportunity that we remind the technical working group? Can we request the Secretary to write the technical working group that we are expecting the report of the technical working group on August 18?
Yes, I think we have given the group 30 days. So the Secretary is instructed to give the reminder to the group. Okay. So we thank the GA Philcor Multi-Energy Corporation for your time, especially the President and CEO, Ms. Veronica Abordo, for coming over and presenting your company before us. Okay. We proceed to the next item.
Resolution number 11, Barangay Lerma.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Elmer Ballimoro.
What about, Mr. Chair, the Merico Energy Technology Corporation.
Merico.
The item number 1, Mr. Chair. We understand that the PhilCor is item number 2.
Is there any representative from Merico? There is none. Diba man? Okay. I was of the impression earlier that these two are related. Okay. At any rate, the request here, per the last paragraph of the letter, is for it to be referred to the proper Environment Committee for presentation. So we are referring this item to the Committee on Environment and Energy. Item 1. Should you decide to accommodate the request of the company, you just inform it of your committee hearing for the purpose. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, this representation will be calling a committee hearing once the report of the technical working group arrives.
Okay.
So that we can start from there in tackling all the proposals before us.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. We proceed to the next item.
Resolution number 11, Barangay Lerma, requesting 20,000 pesos financial assistance for 1 week Barangay Lerma Fiesta celebration from August 2 to 11, 2017.
Anyone from the members of the Committee on Appropriations? Councilor Greg Abonal.
That's Barangay Lerma?
Yes. That's correct.
Yeah, our record does not show any earlier grant to Barangay Lerma. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant financial assistance to Barangay Lerma for its Foundation Week celebration.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Next item.
The subject matter of the privilege speech of the Honorable Abunal, proposing a resolution congratulating and commending Hans Mackenzie Uy, grade 2 pupil of St. Joseph School, for winning silver award in the 2017 World Mathematics Invitational Finals held in Vietnam from July 14 to 18, 2017, and a bronze medal in the Singapore and Asian Cities Mathematics Olympiad from April 8 to 11, 2017.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
Commendations and resolutions of this type, Mr. Chairman, has already been given in the past. The latest of which was in fact the mayoral awardee, Miss Maxine Sevilla. You will notice, Mr. Chairman, that mathematics appears to be all over the place. There always would be, especially during the summer and summer in the Asian cities, you'd have all these contests. Later this morning, under unfinished business, we are reporting another of the activity. But we recently received news, Mr. Chairman, that 2 students from St. Joseph's School participated, in fact, in a number of competitions during the summer The latest of which would be that involving Hans Mackenzie Uy, only grade 2, having won silver in the World Mathematics Invitational Finals. And for this, we'd like to submit for approval a resolution commending and congratulating Hans Mackenzie Uy. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved. Next item.
Another resolution congratulating and commending Dominic Villegas, grade 8 student of St. Joseph School, for winning a silver award in the 2017 Singapore International Mathematics Olympiad Challenge from July 14 to 17, 2017. Another silver award of the 2017 International Mathematics Wizard Challenge from May 19 to 24 in China. And is still another silver award at the Singapore and Asian Cities Mathematics Olympiad from April 8 to 11, 2017.
Again, Councilor Greg Abonal.
In like manner, Mr. Chairman, I move for the adoption of a resolution congratulating and commending Dominic O. Villegas, grade 8 student of St. Joseph School. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, may I request that the resolution be presented at the Monday Assembly. I would also request that the students and the school administrators be informed of an invitation for them to appear hopefully on Monday, Mr. Chairman.
The Secretary is instructed to ensure that the resolution is ready for the intended ceremony on Monday, July 31. Okay. Councilor Labadia Jr.
I just would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, that before, ang pakaintindi ko, kadakol man ng mga eskwelahan nagbabali dyan sa World Mathematics kang mga sa eskwelahan. So, though nakapasar na siya and we approve it already, can we request, Mr. Chairman, the Secretariat to please write the school, sa public school, the division superintendent, and for the public school, siguro pirama na mga kabali dyan, to let us know who are those was able to garner bronze, gold, and silver medal, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, through the school board, we are writing all school heads, college, senior high school, grade school, requesting information regarding outstanding performances of their students of similar nature so that we can duly acknowledge them here.
Okay, so we're going to do that through the school board. Okay, the Secretary will send the corresponding communication. Next item, please.
Another resolution congratulating and commending Elsie Maria Romano, Supervising Administrative Officer of the Early Childhood Care and Development Division of the CSWD, for being the 2017 Bravo Awardee in the field of education as Outstanding Educator given by the Santa International Club of Makati and Security Bank.
Again, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, we were shown an official communication from Sonta International informing the city mayor that Miss Elsie Romano was indeed chosen as the outstanding educator in the field of education. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, this is going to be awarded to her on August 16, in which case I move for the resolution congratulating Ms. Romano. So move, Mr. Chairman.
The same is approved. Thank you, Councilor Greg.
I would also request, Mr. Chairman, that the resolution be contained in our special folder for the purpose.
Should we give it also on August 31?
I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the resolution be handed to her only after she receives the national award.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. We proceed to the next item.
Unfinished business. The letter dated July 18, 2017, informing Mr. Mario Villanueva, Chairperson, Power Commission, and President, Naga College Foundation, that presentation of his proposed program to make Naga City the solar capital of the Philippines will be in today's regular session, and he is given 5 to 10 minutes to present the said proposal.
Okay. The rules are suspended, and the NCF President, Mr. Mario Villanueva, can start with the presentation whenever ready.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, the presiding officer, to our distinguished councilors of Naga City. I'm also representing as chairman of the Naga City Power Commission for this recommendation. So that I presume that everybody knows already that there is a global warming, for those who believe that, and the biggest reason, one of the big reasons for the global warming is the carbon emission, of which the biggest contributor of this is the power plants and transportation vehicles. And this is why I am recommending for Naga City to be one of the solar capital of the Philippines. I'll just briefly on why the solar systems. I think these have been presented already widely, and I'll not go through this. I meet my time limit. Ayaw. Ito. Ayaw. Ito. Hindi, akala ko yung move. Paano pag ikaw na lang? Sige. So these are just some of the products where solar can be put in for us to start utilizing solar energy, alternative energy, the solar street light, LED traffic lights, solar for the homes, renewable energy on water pumps, and so forth. But my key project that I would like to propose to the city is Power Up Barangay Hall programs, solar street lights installations project, Power Up the Schools program, of which our school have already started this to really prove that solar has matured and there would be economic savings on it. And Power Up government offices, solar light up the parks, pathways, courts, public places, which will also improve safety and security. Solar power up the irrigation or water system, light up the remote houses program, implement solar powered transportation facilities, and be the first city to implement a city ordinance to have renewable energy for new commercial structure. I have not known of any city or municipality that have really come up with an ordinance declaring the city a user of renewable energy. This would implement renewable energy inclusion to new commercial establishments, motivate, educate people in using clean power. Now, how do I propose the solar program? Naga Goes Green leads the use of free power from the sun. Light Up the Barangay Hall program is one program that can be implemented. The coming Christmas, if we can advocate for a maaga ang Pasko sa Naga using solar power Christmas lights, and declare Naga as no darkness in Naga, installing solar street lights and improve overall safety condition of the areas. So these are just sample of possible rooftop installations for schools, barangay halls, public market, other government, covered courts, hospitals, waiting sheds. Also the transportation, patabingin nga lang, in Manila, they are now starting to put up solar energy jeeps and buses. In Boracay, they have purchased 400 solar energy jeepneys that will ply the Boracay area. I think 20 or 50 have been delivered, and soon they would have 400 in Boracay, where they would preserve now and eliminate the smoke emission jeepneys that are going around. So for footbridges, and these are some of the solar projects that have been completed all over the country. So honorable councilors and to our lawmakers, the ordinance number 2014-044 institutionalizing the Naga City Power Commission, where Section 7 of said ordinance provides that contract or agreement covered by NCPC must be signed by the city mayor but must be authorized and ratified by the Sangguniang Panlunsod. After the presentation, we seek a legislation from the Sangguniang Panlunsod to authorize the Naga City Power Commission or expand its power and or the city mayor to declare Naga City to be a solar city. Maybe not the first, because I heard that May Kawayan is now gearing towards being the first solar city in the Philippines, so that I would approach it cautiously instead of just jump into it and say we're the first solar city. I would recommend that the Naga City Power Commission be authorized to conduct necessary steps or coordinate to realize this declaration with the different agencies, specifically the committee being handled by our Honorable Councilor Attorney Del Castillo on the Chair on Environment and Energy. So I believe that let's really put our foot forward and work towards the advocacy, not just looking at the expense, the cost. I can assure you that in our 2 months of use of our solar energy in our school, even with the rainy season and the cloudiness, the power being supplied by our 320 kWp solar averaged about 60% of its capacity, even with the rains and the energy. So I calculated that indeed there would be enough savings for us at a cost of about less than 6 pesos in terms of the cost that was applied to our school. So overall, we anticipate that we would have a 10% saving overall from our previous 900,000 a month of energy. So where do we want to go as a city? For new establishments that would open up, and or new residents, if they can afford it, at least to have the smallest. We will not set a percentage of putting up a solar gadget on the establishment or the house. A 6,500 peso solar energy, which consists of 1 panel, and probably it can light up 2 to 3 light bulbs that are on the perimeter of the house, would be a good start for us. But we can imagine with the 100,000 households times a 1 kilowatt energy that is being taken out, or not necessarily taken out, but at least reduce the consumption of power that is being supplied by the different power plants that are emitting this carbon, then we can truly say that we are contributing to lessening the carbon emission. There is also this big movement now in Manila, although it's becoming a little bit controversial, the solar jeepneys that are being introduced in Quezon City and in Manila. It would probably be a good form of transportation to add to our e-trike that are now going around the city, to have the solar jeepneys that to be the ones that are going around our city. Parang yung sa ikot ng UP, no? So since quite a vast of population in the daytime are students from the different schools that are in the city. So I would really ask as legislators and us in the academe to really take one step forward and say, let's start using alternative form of energy, at least as our contribution in reducing the carbon emission that we are using every time that we use power from our power provider. So with that, Your Honor, again I would repeat, if it is indeed possible, I'm not familiar with how to do this, how to come up with the recommendation to expand the power of the NCPC to be able to and authorize it to conduct necessary steps or actions to realize that declaration that Naga City is a solar city, to coordinate and implement, make memorandum of agreements with businesses, of which I was talking earlier to the president of the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce, and he said that he would be supporting this. And once we declare our city as a solar city, I'm sure that a lot of these solar suppliers will be coming in, including the Tom, Dick, and Harry that are not qualified or are selling substandard solar. Let the Naga City Power Commission be part of the approving body to approve suppliers that would be supplying to solar energy users in the city, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mario Villanueva. Any question or comment from the members of this body? If yes, Councilor Del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Greg Abonel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I definitely agree that solar power will reduce carbon emission, Mr. Chair. And I also understand that it is already used not only in some areas in the country but in other countries as well. But the main question, Mr. Chairman, is the affordability of installing solar panel, particularly in residential houses. That's the main problem, because as of now, the cost still we can consider it prohibitive. In some areas, 5,000 pesos worth of one solar panel can only light a bulb, a 10 watt bulb. So for families, it would really be hard for them to install solar panel within their premises. But maybe for a start, we can make the City Hall building itself as a model for a start. But we want to know how much will it take or how much will it cost the city government of Naga in installing solar panel above the City Hall building, so that we can produce our own energy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Greg Abonel, and then after you, Councilor Mila Rakid Agroya.
What we heard this morning, Mr. Chairman, was from the chair of the Power Commission requesting for expansion of its authority or its function to be able to do this. We could, at this point, Mr. Chairman, ask the Power Commission, in fact, to prepare a feasibility study for the purpose, but more especially for the Power Commission to write down exactly the details of the authority that it is requesting for. As of now, we only heard things were announced, but there must be nitty-gritties in the request that is being prepared. So the request is for expansion of its authority but we have to see exactly what the authority would be, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not just sure whether it was 2015 or 2014 when this representation authored a resolution declaring as a priority of the City of Naga the embarking into renewable energy. So as early as 2014 or early 2015, that has been declared by the Sanggunian. We started negotiation, in fact, with certain solar power providers to explore the possibility of putting up solar panels on our rooftop in the City Hall first. In fact, we directed, I believe, the City Engineer's Office to come up with a computation as to how much it would actually cost us, but nothing has come out of those initiatives. So maybe it's about time that we again remind the City Engineer's Office, together, in fact, I think it was together with the Engineer Martin, that we requested a computation of how much it will cost. Because although really it is right now the cost is still prohibitive, we have to begin. No, if solar energy is one power source that we consider as economical in the long run, because it is indeed economical in the long run. The investment, the starting investment is really might be considered as prohibitive, but in the long run, it's the most cost-effective. We've requested for that computation, Mr. Chair. I think we have to remind them of that requested computation.
Okay.
Second, on the request of the Naga, actually it's CNPC. It's not NCPC. The City of Naga Power Commission.
Naga City.
For expansion of authority, I believe we can grant that authority, but it will only be recommendatory to the city government. We cannot actually give you that authority because that authority is only delegated to the city government under the local government code. We cannot delegate that which has been delegated to us. We can expand your authority to review and make recommendation to the Sanggunian. But we have to really look at your concrete proposal. It has to come out from the CNPC. Submit your proposal to the Sanggunian so that it may really be considered more in detail or more specifically. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. Usually, if there are new projects, we are always concerned about the cost it entails, and maybe we can be enlightened if the president of Naga College Foundation can share to us his realization insofar as its own solar renewable energy project in your school, Mr. Mario Villanueva.
Yes, sir.
We understand that you have implemented this project in your school as early as last year. Was it last year?
It was planned last year, but fully installed and operational 2 months ago.
Okay. And it being only 2 months, is there enough basis for saying that it's worth the investment that you put in the project, so that the City of Naga or other entities can also undertake a similar project? Yes, please.
Honorable Vice Mayor on Legacion, to answer the comments by our honorable councilors. Number one, it is indeed that there is an upfront cost for an individual, but there are lending agencies that would readily give to as long as it's going to be used for renewable energy. Land Bank for one is very generous on this with a very low interest rate. Now, the concept of putting up solar energy is such that the amount of solar energy that you'd like to replace or cover in your particular usage of your current provider is such that the payback would still be as if I'm paying that amount of electricity monthly, so I can adjust my amortization period such that on a monthly basis I would still have a savings of, for example, the 302 would represent 1,200 kilowatt hour per day of my electrical consumption. So instead of paying 850 to 950 of 1,200 kilowatt hour to our local provider, on the average cost, at least technically, and so far in our last 2 months, we are only paying about 6 pesos per kilowatt hour. So there is about a 30% savings. So you can actually adjust your amortization with your current provider and your banks. So it makes sense to really come up with a small amount solar to start with to gain your confidence. But I believe that the biggest drawback from the users now are, one, will it survive the wind and the typhoons? And that's what we are actually waiting for, the next typhoon that would come by our school. That it would still be there standing, and I'm sure that would be the biggest concern also. If that happens, usually if it's on a borrowed amount, it's secured or it's insured anyway. But I'm pretty sure with my supplier and coupled with the technical study that we're pretty sure that it will withstand the 300 kilometer per hour wind. That's at least their guarantee and based on computations. But we'll see what happens comes the next typhoon. So indeed my recommendation, ma'am, is to work with the different committees of the Sanggunian, because one, I've been in solar for a long time already. I've been Vice President Operation of a semiconductor company, and the reason why I love so much solar is way back 1980, my company Ayala Corporation already sent me to Israel to look at this solar, and from there on I just got obsessed with saying that the Philippines is one of the biggest supply of energy, but at that time it was really prohibited. But at this point in time, where worldwide it is now gaining in the United States, there are now cities, towns that are going 100% solar. So why wait until everybody has harnessed the energy while we still keep on emitting carbon from buying from these power plants that are using ordinary fuel or fossil fuel? So I can, part of my recommendation would be to really give my experience that indeed the upfront is no upfront, it's an equity where you'll have a savings of from where you buy the electricity, that portion that you bought solar is a savings already, and in 5, 6, 7, 8 years the solar power is already yours, it's already free energy for you. And that again, I would repeat that for me it's really the advocacy of reducing carbon emission as our share of to Mother Nature, Your Honorable.
Okay. We will now resolve the concerns raised by members of this body in the light of the suggestion of your good self, Mr. Mario Villanueva, insofar as the request for the expansion of the power of the CNPC, City of Naga Power Commission is concerned. The same is being referred to the Committee on Environment and Energy, but we will request you to be specific in your proposal as to the nature of the power or authority that you want the City Power Commission be expanded.
Yes.
In so far as the City of Naga going solar, the Secretary is instructed to send a follow-up letter to the persons previously instructed to conduct and submit the feasibility study within a period of 15 days from receipt. So you will have to refer to the appropriate document for this. Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Villanueva. Moreover, Mr. Chair, I also suggest that we take into consideration that we maximize the social protection policy of the Bongat administration by means of helping the lot of our less privileged residents. I understand, and we all understand, Mr. Chair, that not all residents of Naga are enjoying the services of Kasureco 2. Kadakol pong mga residents sa taas na mapangunyan mga kuryente. And probably by asking them to form cooperatives and through the help of Metro Peso, we can also access funds for them to be using solar power para igwa na po silang mga ilaw man sa mga harong nila. Probably we can look at that angle, Mr. Chair.
Should we assign that to what committee?
Sa trade in industry, Mr. Chair, and
power.
Environment, Mr. Chair.
Environment and power.
May I request the two committees to handle.
Will that be all right, Councilor Del Castillo? We refer this matter to your committee.
What would be the concern for the committee, Mr. Chair, in referring this matter? If we'll be talking of energy, producing energy, first we should know how much will it cost the city if we will help those residents of Naga who have no electrical connection in installing solar panels.
That is why the study have to be undertaken. But as to which committee will this be assigned, that's what I was asking earlier. And according to Councilor Del Rosario, the same be referred to the Committee on Energy. Or should we wait for a more concrete proposition from the Honorable Del Rosario?
Yes, Mr. Okay. I'm willing to conduct research on this.
Okay.
So that we can also help those.
Okay. So I think that settles it. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to take this opportunity na ang Naga College Foundation iguana ning sarong ehemplo sa paggamit kang solar. So may we know kung Mr. President, si dati yung binabayaran sa Kasureco magkano?
We were ranging from 900,000 to about 1.1 million a month because of air conditioning units from almost all our classrooms.
Mr. Chairman, natandaan ko, sabi niya 2 months na nakaagi. So, may we know kung meron ng pagbabago sa paglagay ng solar after 2 months or the latest bill from 900,000 to 1.1, more or less, kung hindi pa man siya fully, magkano na ang binagbabayaran natin ngayon?
Hindi, yung last bill po namin is 650,000. Pero hindi ko po siguro ma-compare to apple dahil last year ay yung June billing pa lang namin ang nakukuha namin, May to June. So hindi pa po apple to apple comparison. Pero At saka nagdagdag na po kasi kami ng mga classrooms at air conditioning, so that probably in 2 to 3 more months I would have definite data on this. Pero kung estimates po, looking at the amount of energy that our solar is producing, we would be saving at least 10%.
Okay. So, doon po sa amount, yung total project is magkano, Mr. Chairman? Yung total amount ng project. Tapos yung total amount of project, ilan ang mapuproduce na kilowatt ba yun o megawatt?
Yes. Ang in-install po namin solar panels is for 320 kWp ang kanilang terminology. Translated into kilowatt per hour, you usually multiply that by 4 or 5 hours as a maximum efficiency. So we would get an equivalent of about 1,200 kilowatt hour from our usage of about 3,000 over kilowatt hour per day, kung yung maximum na usage per day namin.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, di ko naintindihan yon. Pero anyway, just to be honest, Mr. Chairman, pero sa kuya, sa akin naman gusto ko lang malinaw na nagpo-produce siya ng ganyang kilowatt.
Yes.
Tapos yung sinasabi natin na total amount ng project, yung total amount ng project is aabutin po
ng 25 million po.
25 million.
Yes.
So yung 25 million na yon, ang sinasabi natin from 900,000 to 1.1, yung possible na savings niya is between 10 to 20%.
Yung
ba?
sa total, kasama po yung babayaran pa namin sa Kasureco kasi it's only a portion of the total consumption namin with Kasureco. So parang yung solar na pinoprovide namin is only about 30 to 40% of our total power requirement. So on a payback po, we are expecting on a minimum mga 7 years kasi gusto ko may savings pa rin ako monthly sa pagbabayad ko ng amortization. It might even reach 9 years. Depende po sa kalalabasan na efficiency. Pero if the 25 million is recovered in 9 years, then the rest until 30 years would already be free on that portion kahit na bumaba na yung efficiency niya after 15 to 20 years.
Mr. Chairman, yan, naintindihan ko na malinaw kasi na-explain ng masyado. Lumalabas ngayon, Mr. Chairman, ang Naga College Foundation, dati ang billing nila is between 900,000 to 1.1.
Yes.
Though may mga bagong mga classroom, so more or less ngayon nagiging 650. Pero yung pinaka malinaw na explanation ngayon, the project is worth 25 million.
Yes.
Ang 25 million na yan ay pwedeng i-recover in the next 7 years to 9 years.
Yes, sir.
And then after 9 years, maluwas na libre na ang bayad na si 25 million, tapos si income ninda mas magayo na. Mas puro income na.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor.
Kaya pa nandito yung mga estudyante namin, humihingi ng discount sa tuition. Sabi ko, after 9 years pa.
Councilor Miller Aquino, Councilor Sanchez Jr., and then Councilor Baldimoro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, Mr. Chair, the Naga College Foundation will not embark into this particular project for itself unless naihiling talaga niyang it would be good, no, for the operation of the school, both efficiency and financially. No? So, may we request, if it's possible, to request from the President of the Naga College Foundation if they can share with us the study that made them decide to go into this particular project. So, if could iba po kamo si mga computations nindo, si basis nindo, why you decided to go into this project? Is it okay if you lend that to the city government so that we can also look at it?
I can provide that po.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Which will all be part of the project study that our Honorable Councilor Abonal is requesting from me to be recommending to this body, Your Honor.
Okay. And I think this document can be made as reference by our own technical people in coming up with its recommendation to us. Okay. Councilor Sanchez Jr. and then Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. to Mr. Villanueva. May I know the panel board kung saan po gawa yan, yung in-install nyo sa Naga College?
Yun pong panels are coming from China. Halos 99% po naman, baka 100% are all made in China ang solar panels. But the inverters are coming from Germany, which is the driving electronic mechanism of converting the energy from DC to AC. So, ganun din po aking maging rekomendasyon. The solar panel is already well developed in China, but in terms of inverter efficiency, yun pong gawang Germany. Although, meron din po naman na German siya, pero sa China pa rin gawa. Para po nagmura siya. Pero German technology, and I would assume that the efficiency would also be good. Pero yung pong in-order namin are coming from Taiwan, and it's made in Germany, sabi nila. Pero palagay ko po yan, yung component sa loob niyan, China pa rin.
Okay. Yes, follow-up question?
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Yung po bang isang panel board, magkano po ang cost nun?
6,500 po yata. Hindi ko matandaan, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Villanueva. Just want to be specific, Mr. Chair. Could Naga College Foundation or the Naga City Power Commission could come up in a specific detail how much will be the cost if the City Hall will install this solar panel, and how much it will be it will benefits kung ang City Hall will be using a solar panel, how much it cost and how many years to recover its cost.
I can only recommend po yung supplier ko for their technical person to conduct the study if the body would authorize that. Libre naman po yung pag-assess kung what's feasible. Kasi po ang tinitingnan dyan, just how many panels can be installed that would give the maximum efficiency. So I can invite them po if asked by the body to conduct a study. I think yung supplier ko is willing to do that po naman. And then kasama na po doon yung economical calculations niyan. Ibibigay po sa inyo yung study. As I said, kung if the money is going to be borrowed, the amount of amortization can be arranged with the bank such that you should still have a savings na compared with the amount of electricity that you use, that you replace it with the solar energy. So hahaba lang ang payback period. If you want more savings, then hahaba ang payback period mo. It could be 7 years, 8 years, no? But normally, on normal condition, on houses, you can recover your investment in 5 years.
Okay. Another, Mr. Chair. Kung magpapa-compute na ba, it will be at no cost to the city?
Opo. Ginagawa po ng mga supplier yan, libre po yan.
Okay. So, may I move, Mr. Chair, to request the Naga City Power Commission to come up with the computation if the body is willing to adopt my proposition.
Can we just instruct the persons assigned on this to coordinate with Mr. Mario Villanueva, and given his willingness to provide us the necessary information, and I think to connect us to the right persons for coming up with the necessary recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Another, Mr. Chair.
The Secretary is so instructed.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, on the concern of the Honorable Del Rosario, there is one community at Barangay Panikwason on the upper portion. Mayo pong mayo siyang kuryente, and the Casoreco 2 could no longer provide its electricity. May we request the Power Commission to come up with a computation for that particular community para po magkaigaman sila ng kuryente. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if that is all right with the Power Commission.
Sige po, we can check on it. Pero yung pong mga kagaya po nung sinabi ni Councilor, yung sa mga remote areas, I know of funding agencies that would supply grants and aids para po doon sa mga nasa mga remote areas, especially kung indigenous villages. We can get grants for this, for the solar energy. I know that there is 1 billion pesos somewhere hanging around just to be dispensed as an aid. So I will also research for that, sir, and submit to you a reference baka para makamove forward. Likewise, ganun din po yung sa Panikwason area.
Okay. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mario
Honorable
Villanueva.
Chair, can I just, if the Chair would allow, my partner, Mr. Fred Perdon, siya po kasi ang spirit behind my really going towards. Just 1 minute talk lang daw po.
Okay, so we are giving Mr. Fred Perdon 1.5 minutes. We acknowledge also the presence of Mr. Gilbert Albero, President of the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. It's a privilege for me to speak before you. Just to add to what was said earlier, you can always request any company to make a study. What is needed is for you to make a 12-month power consumption and then your roofing area, and immediately they can make a study. They can tell you as to how much will it cost, how much will you save, and then they can also give you a business model. I'm saying a business model is that how it's going to be funded. It can either be outright purchase, it can be on a lease agreement, or it can be on what's called as a power purchase agreement. When you talk about power purchase agreement, you don't put up any down payment. It is the company who will operate it, and then you have a contract. Then after a certain number of years, you get it. So more or less. Now, I know that I have a very short time. Tomorrow, actually, we are going to have a solar forum in Naga. It's going to be at Avenue, and we invited several foreign companies, and one of that is, in fact, here from Tennessee. They'll be making a presentation to the big load consumers in Naga, because they're interested to invest in Naga, especially for the big load consumers. When I say the big load consumers, these are the ones spending about 200 to 300,000 a month. So it's going to be an opportunity for Naga really to be, working on the solar capital idea. So the most important is for you to know your monthly consumption. 1 year, and then you can send it to anybody. They will be willing to make a study and tell you about that. So tomorrow we're going to have the solar forum. We have invited companies from the States, from China, from what do you call that, Singapore, and also local companies. They'll be making presentation primarily on the business model, because we all know that solar will really give you savings about 30%. What is now important is to know what is going to be the business model for the LGU. Anong usapan? So this is going to be the focus. Okay. Thank you very much.
So where is the solar forum going to be held?
Tomorrow at Avenue Plaza.
What time?
8 to 5, and we'll be inviting you to join us.
The members of the chairman, the vice chairman, and members of the Committee on Energy are available.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, we would like to extend the invitation so that you'll have an idea, especially on different models that's going to be presented.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fred Perdon. Councilor Akid Arroyo?
Yes, just last question, Mr. Chair. Of course, most of our questions will be answered when Mr. Villanueva would have presented to us the feasibility study that they use for their project. But dahil na ako makakalat, Mr. Chair, this particular information I want to, I really need to know already. May we know from Mr. Villanueva the assigned period for depreciation for the units that you have installed in Naga College Foundation?
Next week po, mga Tuesday. If that's okay. Huhukayin ko pa po kasi last year pa namin ginawa eh. And
Okay,
I'll see if I have to update it also.
Okay, so you don't have the information right now as to the period assigned for depreciation for the units?
Wala pa, wala. Nasa files ko na po yun.
Sige po. So that's a very important information because if you will be amortizing for the payment,
Yes.
the amortization, the depreciation period should be much longer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ang life po ng is 30 years. Pero amortization, it can be between 5 to 9 years for it to be really economically viable. I'll bring it to your office po, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so with that, again, we thank Mr. Mario Villanueva for gracing our regular session and for that very valuable information provided to us. Okay. Can we have a break? Okay. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo?
The next item is with regard to the invitation to Mr.
We will take that up inside. Okay. We take a break.
are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP: health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
there's so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the City Government of Naga, thank you very much to the City Government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the City of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the City of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first four royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment, we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Nagas being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for help health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
I believe that there's so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the City Government of Naga, thank you very much to the City Government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the City of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the City of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first four royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
For the matter until a new draft agreement is submitted to the Sanggunian.
Okay, so the matter of the DW Subrak is deferred. Next item.
The letter dated June 9, 2017 from Mr. Willie Prillas of the City Planning, submitting the amended 2011-2020 Local Development Investment Program for consideration.
This is pending before the committee on. This was not referred to any committee. So any comment from the members of this body? Okay, so this is referred to the Committee on Trade.
The letter dated July 17, 2017 of Mr. Ramon Albios, City Assessor, submitting his comment in identifying whether the land is idle, vacant or not.
This is referred to the Committee on Land Use. Okay, next item.
Letter dated July 20, 2017 of Mrs. Fe Cledera of Felix Plazo, Igualdad, Trimobile Operator, asking reconsideration to renew her 3 units of Trimobile with franchise.
Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated July 20 of Mr. Eddie Cledera, Trimobile Operator.
Also to the Committee on Transportation.
The report of the Committee on Appropriations.
Who will render the report? Councilor Abonal, the acting chairman.
Mr. Chairman, kindly acknowledge the report of the Committee on Appropriation in its meeting of July 17.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There was only one item, Mr. Chairman, and this is the first endorsement of the City Mayor for 3 students of Blessed Lights International Christian Academy, BLICA, requesting for financial assistance in connection with their participation in various international mathematics competitions. May I go to the
yes, please.
Disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of Honorable Elmer Baldemoro and seconded by Dr. Nieves. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to extend the financial assistance amounting to 15,000 each to Mr. George Dehita, Wistan Villarreal, and Jan Hector Diamante, students of Blessed Lights International Christian Academy, in connection with their participation in various international mathematics competitions. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Abonal. Next item. Where do we charge the, by the way, where do we charge the amount? Okay. Next item.
The report of the Committee on Housing and Settlements.
Housing and Settlement. Councilor Miller Kid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Housing and Settlements for hearing held on July 14, 2017.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were 3 items tackled by the committee, Mr. Chairman. First item, letter dated June 2, 2017 of Mr. Salvador C. Camposano, AVP for Bicol Operations, relative to the additional charges imposed by the MNWD on subdivision development. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to inform the MNWD of the city's appreciation of its decision not to impose the water source development share until such time that a public consultation had been convened by it to thresh out the issues pertaining thereto, and to request the MNWD to inform the Sangguniang on the date, time, and venue of the public consultation which will be called by it. So we move, Mr. Chair, that we send a letter to the MNWD containing the information as recommended by the committee.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
The committee further resolved that since the matter concerns the MNWD, which is a public utility, the matter must likewise be referred to the SP Committee on Public Utility with the Housing and Settlements Development as the lead committee. So we move, Mr. Chair, that the matter be jointly heard by the Committees on Public Utility and Housing and Settlement Development. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Same is approved.
Item number 2, Barangay Resolution number 17-023, Series of 2017, highly requesting the Sangguniang Panlungsod through the Honorable John G. Bungat, City Mayor, Naga City, to expropriate a certain portion of lot owned by Mr. Angel Ragos and Mrs. Anastasia Jacobo with 420 square meters situated at Zone 6, San Francisco, Naga City. The matter, Mr. Chair, was endorsed by the City Mayor, but since it is a request for expropriation, then we believe the request must come from the Mayor himself, not from resolution of the barangay. So we move, Mr. Chair, that we recommend that the Sangguniang Panglungsod return the matter to the office of the City Mayor in order for the latter to recommend to the Sangguniang the issuance of an authority if he so deems necessary in response to the request. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
Item number 3 and last, letter dated June 23, 2017 of Ms. Josefina Tendenilia of Bacolod City submitting her complaint relative to the construction being carried out by Mrs. Riapor of Bacolod City. Disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to request the HSDO to submit the written agreement entered into by Mrs. Josefina B. Tendenilia and Mrs. Riapor in settlement of the issue between them within 5 days from receipt of the letter, and to thereafter consider the matter disposed. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
That ends my report.
Thank you, Councilor Akid Arroyo. Next item.
The letter from the city engineer with respect to the rental rate of the spaces at JMR Coliseum.
We refer this to the Committee on City Properties. Meanwhile, Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I'm not a member of the Committee on City Property, may I manifest, Mr. Chair? May I request the Secretariat to plus the map of the JMR Coliseum? The other, ito pong may color, itong portion na pig-occupy kang supposedly to be occupied by the MNCCI. I've seen a map na yan na po, Mr. Chair, pero may saro pong map na may colored portion, but this is just the same. The portion, Mr. Chair, that will be occupied by the MNCCI is the front portion. Kataid po siya kadtong Habitat, I think, and the PCSO. May manifestation, Mr. Chair. Naghana po ba kitang paagi para magkaigwa ng revenue ang JMR Coliseum, but kung ipapa-occupy siya sa mga opisina, sa lingko po, the plan that the JMR Coliseum will earn a revenue, dahil po siya mangyayari. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And there is a notation there of an ongoing construction involving, yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
I believe that it is improper, Mr. Chair, that construction is already going on, because that matter is already pending before the committee. there is no authority yet for anybody to use that portion of the Metro Naga Coliseum, the GMR Coliseum. In fact, it is pending before the Committee on City Properties.
If there is an ongoing construction, somebody must have authorized MNCCI to undertake a construction there. At any rate, this is pending before your committee, Councilor Buddy Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, we are still waiting for the rate of rental that should be imposed on the use of that property.
May I suggest that you convene your committee, invite a representative from the City Mayor's office. You can include Mr. Roel Oliver. I understand he is the one closely coordinating with the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You invite MNCCI and such other officials of the city you may deem necessary to check on this, on the ongoing construction and such other matters related thereto.
Mr. Chairman, actually, we have a directive to the city administrator to submit to us way back, I think 3 or 4 months ago, to submit to us for the rental rate for the use of the GMR Coliseum. But apparently, our directive is being ignored, and despite of that, they might give in the green light to construct that in that area. So, gano'n baga, nainot na talaga, Mr. Chair, ang kalisa sa kabayo.
Okay, so before the Honorable Labadia Jr., we are giving instruction to the Secretary to send a letter to the City Administrator. You were saying, Councilor Del Castillo, that there was a previous instruction to the City Administrator to provide us the proposed rental.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. During that was taken up during the previous committee hearing of the Committee on City Property.
Okay, so the Secretary will please send the corresponding communication. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, in support to the sentiment of the Honorable Salvador Del Castillo, I would like to move that we direct the Secretary to write the City Engineers, Chito Leon Palmiano, to immediately stop the construction of the MNCCI, which stated here that it is an ongoing construction. So I would like to move, Mr. Chairman, that we direct the Secretary to write the City Engineer this afternoon, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved and the Secretary is so instructed. For the meantime, this is pending. The letter from the CEO is referred to the Committee on City Properties, before whom the necessary committee hearing may be conducted. The Honorable Del Rosario?
Probably, Mr. Chairman, to dispose of the matter, we can ask the presence of the City Administrator to inform us kung ano talaga ang nangyari dyan. Pwede naman papunta sa mo dyan, Mr. Chair. May I therefore ask, Mr. Chair, that we direct the Secretary to request Mr.
If there is no objection, the Secretary is so instructed. For the meantime, we proceed to the next item.
The letter dated July 17, 2017 from Mr. Willie Prilles of the City Planning, submitting his comment with respect to St. James subdivision. And also the items A, the request for maintenance of the open space and road lots by the homeowners. B, the information as to the resignations of the Board of Directors. The letter from Mr. Luis Bisana. And the position
We
paper
are
for
referring all these items to the Committee on Land Use. Councilor Rentoy? Is there a request from the Homeowners Association for us to undertake any construction in the area? You are referring to this letter? This is from Mr. Prillas. Okay, we take up one by one. We take up one by one the letters. The first one is coming from Mr. Willie Prillas Jr. We refer this to the Committee on Land Use. Christine, kindly flash before the screen item 10A. So this one. Through Sangguniang. So insofar as this letter is concerned, the motion of the Honorable Rentoy, I think, is in order. So do I hear a second? Okay. Without objection, the motion is approved. The Secretary is instructed to send the corresponding communication. Copy furnished HLURB. Okay. Next item, Christine, 10B. This one is addressed to HLURB. We simply take note of this. Should we still refer this to the Committee on Land Use? Councilor Labadia Jr.
Yesterday, Mr. Chairman, we have a discussion with the St. James Homeowners Association and the CGDI. Maybe we can also furnish the committee to have this particular letter, Mr. Chairman. Kasi nagkaka-rebook sinda. Maybe saro yan sa pwedeng kapot kang committee during the committee
as reference document.
As reference, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So this item is referred to the Committee on Land Use. Next item, Christine. Also, we refer this to the Committee on Land Use. Next. Again, we refer this to the Committee on Land Use as a reference document. This is a dispute involving a member of the Homeowners Association and its officers. Next item.
New business. The undated letter of Mr. Mike Mustafa, President Maranao Guild for Sodality Incorporated, Muslim Compound Constitution Pequeña, applying for accreditation of their organization.
Committee on People Empowerment and Accreditation.
The endorsement dated July 19, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor, endorsing the letter of Mr. Arvin Borja Matos, applying
Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated July 17 of Ms. Angelica Clarito, leader of proponents of the study, Camarines National High School, requesting for a sponsorship on the
We refer this to the Committee on Appropriations.
The endorsement dated July 20 from the Office of the City Mayor, endorsing the letter of Ms. Rosemary Moral, Secretary, Metro Naga Electric Vehicles Transport Service Cooperative.
This is referred to the Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated June 27, 2017 of Ms. Josel Kent Manzanero, Eugene Rivera, Kate Russell Cadores, Georgiel Brinton Frias, and Dwayne Celeste Aguilar of Camarines National High School.
Committee on Appropriations.
The petition from concerned individuals with respect to the cutting of trees along Magsaysay and San Felipe. Number 7.
We simply What do we do with this? Should we refer this to the Committee on Environment or simply note this? Councilor Salvador Del Castillo. Should we merely note this petition or refer this to the Committee on Environment?
I believe, Mr. Chair, we just take note of that matter because it's already moot in academic. In the first place, we already passed a resolution requesting the DPWH to widen all national roads within the city. And I really believe that trees along national roads, and not only national roads, but all roads for that matter, Mr. Chair, should be cut and replaced in the proper place, so that we can also maintain our ecology. But the bottom line, Mr. Chair, is I believe life of any individual is more important than the life of a tree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The dispositive portion of the petition seeks praise for or ask, among others, the City of Naga to cease and desist from all tree cutting activities and to convene all sectors to address once and for all the viable and green alternatives available to us. Nonetheless, we go back to the motion of Councilor Salvador Del Castillo to merely take note of the same. Do I hear a second? Is there an objection? Okay, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, the dispositive portion specifically seeks action from the city to convene all sectors to address once and for all the viable and green alternatives available to us. I think we have to ask from the letter sender, Mr. Chair, if they have any alternative that they want us to consider. No? So rather than just taking note of the matter, why don't we invite them and present to us a viable alternative that they have in mind? So that if we don't have any, then maybe they will admit that there's not at this point that will respond to the situation that we are trying to respond to. So with the indulgence of the Chair of the Committee on Environment, I think it's about time that we also turn the table, no, towards those who are claiming that there are other viable alternatives. Because if there are, then they should present it to us.
So, may we know from the movement if you are willing to accommodate the position of Councilor Rakid Arroyo and therefore move to withdraw your motion?
Mr. Chairman, on the dispositive portion of the letter, we are being requesting to cease and desist from cutting all those trees. In the first place, we are not the ones cutting the trees. It's DPWH. And the DPWH has the authority to cut all those trees coming from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So, with those authority from National Government Agency, in a National Government Agency implementing the widening project, including the cutting of the trees, it's only proper. In fact, if you will remember, Mr. Chairman, yesterday, during the State of the Nation address of the President, he states that all obstruction on all roads should be removed. Industries are obstruction. It will cause the life of any motorist, especially during night time and during heavy rains. So I believe, Mr. Chair, that we should stand on this.
Okay.
On whatever decision that we have already
okay. Given that the Honorable Salvador Del Castillo is not withdrawing his motion, we have to decide on the motion. Those in favor, kindly raise your right hand.
To note, to simply note the matter.
The motion of the Honorable Del Castillo is to simply note the petition without action. Without action. Councilor Rakid Arroyo objected to the motion and suggested instead that we ask the petitioners to tell us what alternatives are they proposing. Because the petition is for not only for DPWH, not only for DNR, but also for the city to stop all tree cutting activities in the city. This will also include, this will affect the resolution that we passed insofar as trees within school premises, trees near school buildings which may fall in case of typhoon and therefore cause the destruction of certain school buildings, just like what happened during Typhoon Nina, which cost the city more than 24 million pesos for repair and rehabilitation of school buildings. Councilor Labadia Jr. Before you, I'm sorry. Councilor Vidal Castillo was ahead in raising his right hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I remind this body, Mr. Chairman, na ang nagputol ng kahoy, DPWH. Bako kita. Ano tapig putol kan DPWH? Dahil may permit sa DNR. Kaya yung mga nagreklamo ngayon ang sayo ng DNR, bako kita. Kaya, yun mo lang, Mr. Chairman, nagpuputol ang DPWH dahil pitutawan ng permit kan DNR.
Yes, I think that is clear to each and every member of this body. Right now, what is before us is the motion. Councilor Elmer Baldimoro. Councilor John Labadia. And then after you, Councilor Elmer
Mr.
Baldimoro.
Chairman, ang suggestion ko, sararoon na lang si Councilor Salvador del Castillo and Councilor Miles. Instead na i-take note, sa hiling ko mapayag naman siguro, imbis na i-refer sa committee, and then gamiton ta siguro, Mr. Chairman, suggestion ni Councilor Miles na suratan ta na lang ini yung mga petitioner na mag-submit kamo kang sa indong proposal. Instead of referring to a committee, let them submit na lang, Mr. Chairman, instead referring it to one committee. If that would be all right with Councilor Badi and Councilor Miles, Mr. Chairman.
May we hear from Councilor Del Castillo on the proposal?
On my main motion, definitely I will not. But as a compromise, maybe we can send a letter to the letter sender, to the petitioners, asking them what are the alternatives that they are proposing. And nothing else.
Okay. Before the decision, thank you, Councilor Del Castillo, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo and Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chair, on the letter that we will send to the petitioner, isaita ang reason why we stand na protolon itong mga kahoy sa gilid kang tinampo. And then, kung may, and then, sakata sindahagadan kung ano itong pwedeng maisuggest ninda, why habo nindang putulon itong mga kahoy sa gilid kang tinampo. Para at least po, bako lang itong paliwanag ninda ang ahagadon ta or suggestion ninda, ang importante isabit naman sa inda si reason why we allow or why we are permitting na halion na itong mga kahoy sa gilid kang tinampo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If we do that, are we not putting ourselves at the defensive side, where in the first place the cutting of the trees along Magsaysay Avenue and San Felipe was the initiative of the DPWH with the approval of the DENR. Actually, what we requested based on the resolution that we approved is with respect to the road widening of Maharlika Highway. We have no resolution insofar as Magsaysay Avenue and San Felipe are concerned. Yes, Councilor Baldimoro.
But then, Mr. Chair, iyang petition na yan, naman magiginibo sa Magsaysay. Iyang petition na yan, paduman naman yan sa Maharlika Highway. So I'm just anticipating the petition, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pag may nagsusurat po kaya baga sa tuya, may naghahagad kan sa tong aksyon, we cannot just say noted, no? We have to respond, either to deny si inagad na aksyon or respond in other ways. Kaya ang recommendation ko, Mr. Chair, duman sa surat sa petitioners, we inform them na ang call ninda for an outright and altogether cease and desist, that's not possible because there are trees that really have to be cut for public safety. But if they have in mind certain recommendations or alternative solutions, then we are interested to hear it. But we cannot just note that letter, Mr. Chair. That's why I oppose to the motion to note it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Akid Arroyo. Councilor Del Rosario.
Related man ni Mr. Chair duman sa inot na mga letters sa pigpadalig sa tuya na kang grupo ni Father Wilmer Tria, si mga Paris councils, and si mga simbahan. Sarbay-sabay po ba kasi na nagsurat. Yes. Ang request man nila duman puro tulon tangarig na mapakaray ang sa tuyang mga tinampo and magbugtak, mag-recommend ni mga nagre-recommend sinda ng mga lugar na pwedeng tanuman katong mga mga kahoy. Siguro baka pwede ninda yung letter na yan alawon ninda si position man kan si mga simbahan kan mga inot na mga altar.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Jose Ranyola.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, ang pagpirotol ng mga kahoy is along the national highway. So, the DPWS has the jurisdiction. We don't have any jurisdiction. Well, just as an addition, mamampunagin ibo mga kahoy na iniuwi. It happened to me, to my family. In 1999, I was attending a funeral of the late mother of Dr. Prado, and without any typhoon, tranquilong maresi panahon, all of a sudden natumba si kahoy. That big huge tree in front of the now Carmen. Keto digital ako niyan that was an office. At Chito Villegas nearly died. He stayed in the hospital for 20 days. I and my wife stayed in the hospital for 1 week. My driver, still as of now, is invalid because of the tree. So, siguro sa inyo, madali lang yung magano, pero sa may mga nangyari na, katuruturiste po. Kung gusto nindang mga green trees, maybe in the right place. Kasi ino naman ng mga trees na yan dyan sa gilid na yan na makaanugan maha. That's it. That is based from my experience, Mr.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Jose Ranyola. So, we have to decide on what to do with the petition before us. Earlier, there was that motion coming from Councilor Del Castillo, which I think he had withdrawn in favor, effectively withdrawn, right? In favor of that course of action of writing the petitioner to tell us their alternatives. And I think we have to also inform them of the various number one, that the initiative to cut did not come from us, and the jurisdiction, of course, insofar as jurisdiction, we have to mention that this does not belong to us but with the DNR, and that a good number of the sector in Naga City, we are referring to the church, to those groups which that sent to us various letters, were in fact in favor of the cutting of the trees. So I think it's better that we cite that in the letter, and then the last portion to contain that request for an alternative. We send first, we require them first to tell us their alternative before we invite them. We have to see first if they have any offer, if they have any option, if they have any other solution. Because if there is none, what is there to talk about? Because they have in the first place already said that there are viable alternatives, but they have to tell us what are these. Okay, they have first to tell us what are these, and then later on, once we receive their communication, if we have to call for a meeting, we will do that. So will that be all right, Councilor Del Castillo? Yes, please.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I have not withdrawn my first motion that we not just take note. But there is an additional motion, Mr. Chair, that we ask the petitioners of what are the alternatives they are talking about, so that they will be given a chance to elucidate further on their particular petition.
Okay.
Citing what the chair have mentioned a while ago.
Okay.
So there are two motions in fact, Mr. And I agree with the Honorable Arroyo that we cannot at this point in time cease and desist from cutting this trees, because it's already implemented by DPWH through the authority of DNR.
Okay. I have to be clarified, or maybe some will have to be clarified also. If you are saying that we merely take note of the petition without action, then we don't have to send them a letter asking them to tell us what are the alternatives they are referring to. That is why, if it is all right with the Honorable Del Castillo, that instead of noting, we write the petitioners, stating all those what we have just discussed, if that is all right.
So to cut short the discussion, Mr. Chair, I will agree.
Okay. So with that, the Secretary is so instructed. Any additional comment? Councilor Akid Arroyo and then Councilor Greg Abunal.
Yes, with the indulgence of the Chair, maybe Mr. Chair, we should not anymore mention that the initiative for cutting trees is with the DPWH, because I think the letter is also asking for our position on the matter. So that, if it's okay, we should not mention that anymore, but I think it's important to mention that other sectors have supported that decision to cut some of the trees along the Maharlika Highway.
Okay, the Secretary will draft the letter, but before it is sent, it will have to be shown first to this representation. Okay, Councilor Greg Abunal.
May we know, Mr. Chairman, to whom the letter will be sent and to what address?
Who is Lorax? Does anyone know who the leader of the group is? So will that mean we will have to send the communication to all the persons named in the petition? There are prominent persons who signed the petition, including the Secretary General of HUD-C, Fiscal Balane of the City Prosecution Office. Dude Santos is also there. Mr. Christopher Balane, if I am not mistaken, he is the Barangay Kagawad of Balatas. We will have to ask him if yes, Councilor Del Castillo and then Councilor Baldemoro.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, yan inot na nag-sign, dumana lang sa iya.
Isa yan.
Certain Ursua, Melanie Ann Ursua.
Melanie Ann Ursua. Ay,
yeah. Yung inot na nakapirma, Mr. Chair. So, I presume na siya ang nagpuon kayan.
Okay. Sige. Councilor Baldemoro?
Pa-request po na ibaba itong, I think the signatory, I think the surname is Santos and there is a Santos sign and there is a contact number, Mr. Chair, 0918.
Santos. Is this dude Santos? Iyo po yan si firma niya?
No.
And then, there is a contact number. Probably the secretary can inquire, can ask some details. Councilor Abunal. Okay, so we said at least 10 the letters to at least 10 persons named in the petition. Baad sufficiente na po yan. Okay? We proceed to the next item. By the way, we have before us Mr. Roel Olivera, Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, subago po pig manifesta na kung pwede ma-request ang presence ni Mr. Mongoso. Maayo pa na si Mr. Mongoso pig-request na si Mr. Oliver to inform us relative to this.
Okay, may we request Mr. Roel Oliver to approach the podium. The rules are suspended. Kindly enlighten us, Mr. Roel Oliver, what is happening with the GCM Robredo Coliseum. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
Sure. Before Mr. Oliver, Mr. Chair, when we take up this particular matter, this representation manifested that we have already requested the city administrator for the rental rate to be imposed for the use of the GMR Coliseum. So, Mr. Oliver might have an idea of how much should be imposed for the use of the Coliseum, or maybe, Mr. Chairman, he has knowledge on the ongoing construction at the GMR Coliseum of the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Roel, your reaction?
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Sanggunian. As far po as the rates of the JMR Coliseum, ang aram ko po at this point in time, the Office of the City Administrator or the city government has not set any rate for the use of the JMR Coliseum yet. So ito pong rates na yaon po sa proposed lease agreement with the chamber is the amount which is being proposed by the chamber. As of now, kaya po iba-iba po ang rates lumanay. Like I know that we are charging the Naga City People's Council only 50 pesos per square meter. Ito pong sa socialized housing, if I'm not mistaken, at 100 pesos per square meter. Iting po sa chamber, I think the proposal is for 85 pesos per square meter. Per square meter per month.
Okay, earlier, Councilor Del Castillo was telling us that there is this request made to the city administrator to provide us information as to the appropriate lease rental that should be imposed in any of the leasable spaces in the JCM Robredo Coliseum. Are you aware of any action taken by the city administrator to respond positively to this request of the Sangguniang?
I am not aware, Mr. Chairman, as of this point in time, of any recommendation from the city administrator's office.
Is there any action on the part of the city administrator or the executive to determine and once and for all set the necessary rental rate for JCM Robredo Coliseum?
I am not aware, Mr. Chairman. I have to ask them.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Baldimoro.
So with that clarification, Mr. Chair, I believe that it's proper that we reiterate the previous recommendation of the Committee on City Properties for the Office of the City Administrator to submit to us the proposed rate to be imposed for the use of whatever leasable space at the JMR Coliseum.
Okay. Can you please, Mr. Oliver, take charge in ensuring that this request of the Sangguniang Panglungsod is
Sige po, Mr. Chairman, we'll coordinate with the Office of the City Administrator. We can give that to you before the next session.
Okay. Councilor Baldimoro, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not opposing the utilization of the JMR Coliseum for the MNCCI. However, Mr. Chair, binabalakan baga na i-put up ang eastbound terminal beside the JMR Coliseum para ang JMR Coliseum mag-generate ng revenue. However, Mr. Chair, kung ang mga yaon sa front kang JMR Coliseum, mga opisina, sa iling ko po, it will not generate so much income, lalo kung nabanggitan na 85 pesos per square meters lang ang rental. So, baka po i-reserve on my suggestion, Mr. Chair, why not i-reserve yan front kang JMR Coliseum to those potential establishment or fast food na pwedeng mag-rent dyan once na ang direction ilag itong eastbound terminal. Sayang po, kaya in mga opisina, Mr. Chair, pwede man yan sa side na pwedeng dayuhon, pero kung nagbabala kita na mag-generate ng income ang JMR Coliseum, i-reserve ta yan frontage for the potential establishment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Your comment, Roel?
Ang aram ko lang po, at this point in time, ang focus lang po kaya kang Mayor's Office is to ensure na mapano po itong yaon sa JMR Coliseum. And if I remember correctly, ang bakante na lang po dyan is the space na inaay po ngunyan kang Metro Naga Chamber. Then if you're going to the left, you go po duman sa ro, but that is almost non-usable. Ano lang po yan, salit-salit na space sa babaon. Then ito pong dating pagpropose sa side sa PNP. At this point in time po, if we're looking at commercial spaces, halos mayo na po except for yan po siguro sa chamber, but ang katahid po kayan is socialized housing, and for that I think we have a year of so many, a lease period of so many years. So yan po ang sitwasyon ngayon sa JMR Coliseum.
What about the former office of the General Services Department? Is it already occupied?
Ang aram ko po itong General Services Department is at the second floor.
That is why.
Yes, and ang ano po kayan, if I'm not mistaken, in the lease agreement, that's also being proposed by the chamber to be used as the incubation facility.
The former GSD office.
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Medyo garon na mumundo lang ako, Mr. Chair. Nagkaroon ng pabayaan tayo ng JMR Coliseum in terms of really planning kung ano ang gamit kaini. Garo ang nangyayari, kung may gustong makigamit, saka kita ma-action. But there's really no plan. And to think grabe pong mura ang gastos sa digdi. I think 20 million ang amortization. We have to amortize that much, that many millions para digdi sa Coliseum. So, and even sa pag-set kang rentals, Mr. Chair, gano'n nahihiling ko, siniset ang rental according to kung siya ang nagpo-propose ng utilization, which is really not a prudent way of managing this facility, considering the cost of this facility. So, may I recommend, Mr. Chair, that we direct the city assessor and the city treasurer to really recommend an appropriate valuation if we have to rent out the spaces available in this facility.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. We are giving the two officials how many days? 10 days from receipt of the
Maybe
notice.
15. Let's give them 15, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
10 days from receipt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Councilor Abunal.
Much earlier, Mr. Chairman, it was mentioned that in fact it appears in the letter. There is construction going on. Garo baga sa dagos ng sa indanan itatao. In the course of the meeting, may mga sabi nga ni napapundur ng trabaho. Sabi ko man, dahil yung pagpapunduhon, patapuson mo, pagkatapos, itaw ta sa ibang lugar. I mean, what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is na naghahagad ng permiso na maitao, mapagamit yan sa inda. Meanwhile, nagko-construct na, nagpapagayo na. It's foregone. Garo ba sa dagos na itataw talaga sa inda yan. Pag natapos pati yan, masabi yan, digdiyo sa tuya, so yung mga ginastos mi, mapipiritan na lang kitang mag-iyo. May we know from Mr. Oliver if he has knowledge as to who gave permission for renovation or construction there, kung siya nagpermiso na, sige na, magtrabaho na dyan. May we know, Mr. Chairman?
Roel?
No knowledge, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I was of the assumption that kung may construction na po, then the lease agreement was already ratified. So I'm not aware na di ba po nara-ratify.
There is no agreement yet. But given that a construction is ongoing, is that not supposed to seek prior permission from the City Engineer's Office? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
I just would like to remind the Secretary that my motion a while ago was approved, and he is about to send the letter this afternoon to the City Engineer. So, meaning we are informing the MNCCI to stop any development on the area, Mr. Chairman.
Meaning you are not considering the motion of Councilor Greg Abonal?
It was already approved, Mr. Chairman. Just reminding the City Secretary.
Okay, any other matter? If none, we thank you, Mr. Roel Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I leave, clarify ko lang po. So you are not requiring us anymore to submit to you any recommendations on rental rates, but that will be the responsibility of the city treasurer and the city assessor now.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
The previous instruction is now considered modified by the Latter motion duly approved by this body. Councilor Greg Abunal.
Can we bind Mr. Oliver to secrecy and everyone here na ang intensyon tapatapusin ng trabaho tapos sa tao itong nasa likod?
Earlier, I noticed that Mr. Rene Gumba was watching our proceedings. If you open up our Facebook account, you will see there who are watching. So, can we also tell Mr. Rene Gumba?
Yeah, we bind everybody to secrecy, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roel Oliver.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item.
The letter dated July 10, 2017 from Ms. Lorna Daud, owner, You Like Food Product, requesting financial assistance with respect to his attendance to the One Town, One Product benchmarking mission in Thailand and Vietnam in October 23, 2017.
Committee on Appropriations. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, in that letter, there's already a notation from the city mayor that says that there's no fund for this purpose. There's already a letter I've read.
Christine, kindly flash before the screen the letter. Do not have funds for this. Can we give some assistance?
Yung sa baba. Yan.
We have no funds to support this type of activity. Kisay po yan.
Mr. Oliver.
Kiruel, nakali na. If that is the case, then Councilor Baldemoro.
There is a note from the city mayor at the top, Mr. Chair, to SPBM for partial assistance if feasible. The date is yesterday, Mr. Chair. And attached to that letter, Mr. Chair, is the invitation to the city mayor of the DTI regarding the One Town, One Product benchmarking mission to Thailand and Vietnam.
Can we go? Anyway, we refer this to the Committee on Appropriations unless you are saying right now that we cannot grant the request. Yes, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Feasibility would necessarily refer to availability of funds for the purpose. So why would the mayor be the one to ask us when the fund is with him? Because even if we approve, the funds will be charged against the mayor's office. So what does feasible mean? Legally possible? Because if it is legally possible, of course it is, because we extend assistance to these kinds of things. This is educational, supposed to be. So what is feasible actually?
Can all these things be resolved by the committee? Okay. Committee on Appropriations. Next item.
Other matters, copy of Executive Order number 2017-014 of the City Mayor reconstituting the Peña Francia Executive Council and its event and support committees.
Noted.
Trial balance, general fund, statement of financial performance, statement of financial position, statement of changes in net position, in net assets, equity, and statement of cash flows as of June 30, 2017 submitted by the City Accountant.
Also noted. Next item.
Nominal voting.
Councilor Elmer Balimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Session is now adjourned.
are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment, we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership graced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. competitiveness, and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP, health, housing and the urban poor, education, arts, culture and sports development, livelihood, employment and human development, peace and order and public safety, cleanliness and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.